Hello, everyone, and welcome to Fearlessly Authentic. I'm your host, Jody Harrison Bauer, and I am so happy to have you here with us today. I'm so excited to start talking to my guest. She is so impressive. She is so brave. But for those of you who are just listening for the very first time, welcome to the show. This is the show where we educate you, empower you, inspire you to live a fearlessly authentic life because in my humble opinion, if we are not doing that, then what the heck are we doing? Right?
Right.
Yes, yes. So, as you heard, my guest today is a woman. Her name is Caroline D'Amore. Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm
Yeah,
super happy to be here.
I am so excited to have you here with us today. Caroline is a mom and a CEO, and she has always been outspoken about causes dear to her heart. And recently, she began speaking up for the Jewish community after a post of hers went viral around the world in just a few hours. Standing up against all forms of hate and anti Semitism, Caroline is now traveling the world, inspiring others to do the same, speaking to organizations, colleges, and online. And I am just so grateful that we finally found the time to talk today.
Me too. I'm very happy to be
Y-
here.
Yeah, I just want to mention at the beginning, and this is kind of off my script of questions for you, but I kind of fell in love with your personality, with you. When I saw you, I'm obsessed with food and cooking shows and so on. I hope you don't mind that I'm bringing this up. But
Please no.
when I saw you on Gordon Ramsay's show, what is it, Food Stars?
Yep. Food Stars. They're getting ready to do season 2 now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so you were on season one. I loved the show. I loved you. You were so ballsy. And then when you started speaking out, I'm like, wait a minute. I know that girl. I know her. I know her because you had the pink hair.
Yeah.
And here you are speaking up. And I don't cook. I'm a terrible cook. Nobody would ever eat my food. So it's very odd that I'm so obsessed with food shows.
No, I think it's like a universal kind of appreciation because if you don't like to cook, you also like to eat. And I think, I think food is just part of our nature.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a very social thing, whether you can cook or not. So
Right.
I do want to get into that. But before, the whole reason why I really wanted to have you on the show and knowing you from that show and seeing you as a mom run your business is just so impressive. But you spoke out. You are not Jewish.
Right.
And um, as a Jewish woman, I did notice you and noticed what you were doing and was so grateful that you were speaking for us after October 7th. Because as Jews, it's kind of a weird situation for us to be in that we want to speak out, um, but there's a little fear involved, we don't know. And what made you speak out so openly? Where did you have the courage? What motivated you to do that?
Yeah, it was for me, like, I mean, listen, you saw like even on the Gordon Ramsay show, I'm not afraid to say exactly what I'm thinking. And
No.
sometimes it works to my benefit, and sometimes, people think I'm a B word. But at the end of the day, even what Gordon said was he said, like, what he loved about me, which is why I made it to the finale as the runner-up, he said it's because you stand behind what you feel at all
Yeah.
times.
You have integrity.
Whether I agree with it or not, he goes, you back yourself up.
Mhm.
And he really appreciated that. And, he does the same. I think that on that show, I got a lot of shit because I'm a woman doing it, right? And I just found it to be really ridiculous that I'm literally on a show of a man who is known for saying some of the craziest stuff to people. He created an entire career off of this. And then
Right.
when I stand up for what they give you a few seconds to give your answer to say if you like this, if you stand behind this project or not. And I had to be honest and I had to say, sorry, no, this is garbage. And because I did that as a woman, I got trashed for
Did
it.
you really?
Oh, but I learned so much because I was like, this is sexism at its
Mhm.
finest. This is completely sexist. I was right every single time. and I stood for what I believed in, and I made it to the finale. And yes, I am a woman, so in a lot of people's eyes, they think I need to be all like, "Oh, is that okay? Oh, do you like it? No, I'm sorry." Well, sorry, that's just not me, honey. Like
You're speaking to the choir here. I mean, I've got about 23 years on you, because I checked you look like you're 25, for goodness sake.
I'm
But
very mature.
but we still get it in our 60s. If you are outspoken, I just posted a video on Friday night and got so much hate. And it is what we are. And I'm so happy that you are this way, because you were wonderful to watch on the show. You educated all of us, and I cheered you on, just like I was so grateful and still am and cheering you on for being so brave. So, okay. So this happens. Um, Hamas attacks Israel. The world is a mess. You
Yeah.
decide to speak up about this. And I saw your post very early on about this.
Yeah.
Um, so what was the reason for you doing this?
Literally, it wasn't even me thinking, I'm going to speak out. Like that was never like the case, right? I
Right.
was just appalled. I was so heartbroken and devastated for the people of Israel to go through what they had gone through and are still going through today. Um, to then see no time to even mourn.
Right.
October 8th, people are being attacked for just saying, like, my friend or family member was kidnapped or killed or raped, and they did was express this,
Right.
and then to see this like calculated barrage of hate that was clearly pre-planned. Now I've done so much research into everything. The reason when people ask me like, how do you deal with the hate? I don't. It's not real. It's just like it's this totally orchestrated plan, and I can see right through it. So I just when I initially saw um the hate being spewed at people that were suffering, that's when I was like, sorry. Like I always taught my daughter, when you see someone being bullied on the playground, it's your responsibility to go up there and help them and stand up for them. Easy. It should be the easiest thing we all learn to do and teach our children to do.
Mhm.
And that's just how I've always lived my life. And when I was witnessing the suffering, and then it's interesting, the people of Israel are going through what they're going through and the Jewish community over there, but they're not dealing with on a regular, like day-to-day anti-Semitism like here, because everybody's Jewish there, right? So
Right.
here I've noticed women are much more scared here because they're not used to this sort of kind of backlash and mental abuse, um, that unfortunately Israeli women and men have had to get used to their entire lives, right?
No,
They've always
it's the hate here in the US. And as a Jew, you always know, you're always aware of it. You always know that there are people that are anti-Semitic. It didn't go away after the Holocaust was over.
See,
It
I was not aware of this, and this is what blew me away. I thought anti-Semitism was an understandable passed down PTSD from the Holocaust survivors. Like I am fortunate enough to say that I've never been subject of, of hate based on where I come from or my religion.
Right.
Okay. So I grew up in LA, I have so many Jewish friends. And when I saw like two different girlfriends called me back to back right after October 7th, and they both called me crying. And my neighbor actually came to my door crying. And so I was like, what? Like people are literally being mean to you because you're Jewish? Like I was blown away. I couldn't believe it. I
so
couldn't believe it.
so that's where it all came from. It
Yep.
sounds like that you were just so, like,
Appalled.
what? Like,
Yes.
appalled, surprised.
Appalled.
So, and as your Jewish friends, and as a Jewish person, we know that. We keep that in our heart. We know it. It's just a matter of when is it going to come up in a conversation when people don't know that we're Jewish. If you don't, like for me, I don't have a quote unquote Jewish name, right? So
Right.
who's to know? So they might drop something in front of me, and I'm hyper aware of it. It's been around the whole, yeah.
Yeah, so for me, I was just blown away. I have always like been outspoken and walked for like movements of minority groups, whether it was trans groups or the BLM movement. And I learned a lot through like walking and protesting through the BLM movement. I learned that a lot of people were there because they actually care, and a lot of people were there just because I found that like creepy crawlers and like the kind of evil, dark people of society, they find these movements to attach themselves to, and they use it for like hate and other purposes. Like there are people that were truly cared about Black lives and truly cared about, my girlfriend has Black Women Leads, which is an organization that I do a lot of, work with and help whenever I can. And she's one of those people that is like, that really cares. But then there's the people that destroyed my family restaurant while they were marching down the streets. Do you know what I'm saying? Like the looters and
Yes.
the creepy crawlers, I call them. So
Right.
they come out whenever there's a big movement, but then they go back into hiding, just like they did after the Holocaust, just like people,
Right.
like you have to, you can't just
It's
live.
like the trolls on social media. It's
Right,
sort of the same thing, except that's in real life. They're
right.
actually marching, they're actually saying things and causing a lot of damage.
And honestly, what kind of friend would I be if I didn't stand up for my friends just because they were Jewish? And that's what I don't understand, which is happening with a lot of people right now. Like my two girlfriends that called me crying, they call me crying because one, she's literally in Israel. She was there just to visit and she hasn't come home since because she
Yeah,
refuses because of the way people have been treating her.
right.
She's literally running from rockets, and her Hollywood friends are like, yeah, there's just a lot of context, or like a lot of like she like wouldn't speak out about it. And I'm like, you're a bad friend. And I will say
Right.
that to your face. And I did. I
Yeah.
was like, don't be a bad friend. I was like, because you're obviously not a good friend at all if you don't care about someone's suffering, because it's what? It's not cool to care about a Jewish person suffering. Like, how pathetic is that?
Yes, I agree with you. And that's why we as a Jewish community, Jewish people, I think I could speak for a lot of us because I've seen the comments and I know a lot of the women who have commented. I know them and it's just so refreshing to hear it from somebody else and it's not us all saying the same thing. Not that it would be the same thing, but coming from a different perspective. And I think that's why we've sort of attached ourselves to you a little bit because we're just so grateful. And is that how you felt after your video went viral? You probably were like, I'm just speaking from the heart because that's the kind of person you are. When I feel somebody's been wronged, I'm going to talk about it, just as I tell my daughter, like, get that person away from the bully.
Yeah.
Um, but were you then blown away at the all of the attention you were getting for speaking out?
So I obviously like I suffer from major imposter syndrome, and when people tell me like, "Oh, you're a hero," or this or that, I'm like, "No, I'm not. I'm literally just a human." And I wish
Right.
it was more common for people just to like do the right thing. And I'm sorry that it's not, and I don't understand it, but I can tell you that I understand that now. I'm understanding more that people are just scared. Um, I, for some reason, am not. So I'm very grateful. Like I literally could give two shits about what anybody has to say about me. I don't care. It's not, affecting my business, it's not affecting my day-to-day life. It's just I am doing what I believe is right. And that is so liberating.
Mm.
And I believe that you get what you put into the universe. Like if you put good things into the universe, you're going to get good things back. If you are hiding from your truth and your reality and what's real, you're gonna feel like fakeness coming from different directions. So I believe, like your podcast, Living Fearlessly Authentic,
That's
is
right.
like so liberating and the only way that I want to live. Life is short. We all know this.
Right.
I've already outlived my mother, and I want to have
I'm so
had
sorry
like,
about that.
it's okay, it made me strong, and she's the one
Mhm.
that that I know is looking over me and watching me through all of this and supporting me. So I know that if I died tomorrow, I'm really proud of the life that I lived, and I think that that's liberating.
It is very, very liberating. You mentioned earlier when we were just talking about how did you say something about it's part of the plot, it's part of the plan.
Yeah.
What were you referring to?
I'm referring to, like I said, it was really weird how on October 8th, people were already ready with the buzzwords. People were
Mhm.
already ready with the hateful rhetoric and the evil this and that, and to like just immediately like blame all of Israel, blame all Israelis, blame all Jewish people. It sounded like it was just like I don't know. And then I started like looking into it, and I had some meetings with some really important people, whether it was when I was in Israel and I was in the like Israel war room talking about this online, because now I'm one of the main kind of voices of the
Yes.
online battle.
Yeah.
Um, so now I'm sitting in these meetings with people that are like, what's going on here? Like Israel knows that they have a terrible PR team. You know what I mean? Like the people of Israel know that. They haven't unfortunately they got comfortable. They've been feeling, comfortable, which God forbid,
Right.
so they didn't have a big, verbal kind of PR campaign ready to go, like the other side has been planning
Yes.
for decades, right?
Decades.
Whether
Right.
it's Qatar putting funding into these schools, you now know how much money Qatar has been paying all of these colleges. So is it a coincidence that all of these kids are feeling a certain way? It is
Okay.
absolutely not a coincidence.
Okay, right. I agree with you. So you have these college campuses. You have, I called all my friends that are Jewish that had children in college, and I was worried for them, for their
Yeah.
kids. And I was so happy my kids were not in college anymore. But I do have a daughter that lives in a major city. And I said, don't wear your Jewish star. Like, just for right now, like, don't. Like, you don't need to be a target right now. And everything does seem like it was set up in these schools. It was ready to go.
Yeah, it was
A-
absolutely ready to
And
go. I also met with a woman who worked at Meta for like 20 years. She does private meetings. There was only like 20 of us on it. She won't like go super public with all of her knowledge, but she literally showed us and told us um so much fake news, fake accounts, like thousands of fake Instagram pages of people posing as Jewish people speaking against Jewish people. Yeah, it's all fake. And
what?
that's why it
I didn't
doesn't
even know
bother
that.
me. Yes, there's tons of fake accounts that are like, think about it, how smart. Buy a bunch of fake accounts, pretend to be Jewish people that are speaking out against Jewish people, like genius.
True. Right.
You just have to look at it as a business, and that's what they're doing. And they put billions of dollars into these bots. I actually pointed out a bot the other day on my page because literally verbatim, two different accounts like back to back said verbatim the exact same thing, like even with like the quotations and everything.
Wow.
So it's on my page, you can check it out. And it's just like I've seen it now, like Nate Buzz has actually done a lot of work into finding out like about all these bots and things as well. So I've like definitely like I can see it clear as day, so it doesn't bother me. And that's why I feel so confident in like helping other people speak out because like I was actually scared at first. You see everything online, and actually a girlfriend of mine just posted about this yesterday. Her name's Ashley. We were just did her sister, I mean her cousin is actually one of the hostages right now. She's the young violinist Agam, who we just saw recently with like blood on her
Yeah.
chin, whatever. So I was just speaking with her cousin Ashley Baxman. Uh, I'm sorry, I'm terrible with saying the names right, but she just posted today. She was like, I was really scared. I took off my star. You see what's going
Mhm.
on social media and in America. But then when you walk around and it's like, I only got hugs when I landed in New York. I literally got hugs from people as I was getting off the airplane. There was nobody throwing things at me and trying to, these protests, like I also just did this conversation with Lily Moo, who
I
is
saw
from
that.
Iran, and she
Mhm.
is so smart. And it's like, if we're going to listen to people, let's listen to people who actually grew up in these
Yes.
circumstances. Like,
Yes.
like the Gen Z of Iran are speaking against what Gen Z in America is trying to turn America
Right.
into. It's bizarre. And it's like, I just wish Gen Z in Iran could sit down and talk some sense into the Gen Z here in America because they're
Me
so
too.
are brainwashed.
They are.
Um, yeah, but anyway, like we were saying, it's so magnified on social media.
Mhm.
So you see like all of the little fights that have happened, but they're not happening all over all the, like it's not as terrifying as the zoomed in lens of social media makes it seem. So
Right.
yeah, there are things that happen, of course, but I just feel like a lot of these, see, protests are expensive. Protests are very expensive. Imagine, how are they busing people everywhere? How does everybody have a perfect sign? You
Right.
know, signs that they don't even know what they say or mean. I posted a guy the other day that was literally like, oh, I actually don't know what infantata means. Like they're just getting handed signs. They're
And
getting,
getting paid to hold the
yes,
signs, right? Just
yes,
randos off the street, hold the
correct.
sign. We
Hold
need
the
you to
sign,
do this. Right.
join this movement. But the
Right.
truth is, if it can make anybody feel better, I can't tell you how many non-Jewish women reach out to me daily and men, and they're like, "Hey, I'm not Jewish too. I'm from here. I'm totally like, I love what you're doing, and I support all the
Wow.
way. And if there's any way I can support, like, I spoke in was it Vancouver? I'm sorry, there's so many places now I forget, but I just recently spoke to a room of 500 women.
Mhm.
Half of them, 250 of them, were not Jewish, and they all came to hear what this non-Jewish pink-haired girl had to say. And they all reached out to me and been like, thanks, like you're right,
Because
like,
everybody does need to be educated, just like this whole journey for you has been a huge education. And
oh,
we're here with you on the journey and grateful. But with that education, like I said at the beginning of the show, you're empowered to share more and inspire to help other people, everybody who needs to be educated. So,
correct. And that's what happened. I do want to say, like when you asked like what happened, I did the one post, I did it quickly. I was out of the shower, wet hair, looked like crap in my backyard. I was just like stopping assholes to Jewish people, like seems pretty like common sense.
right.
I went to a concert that night. I looked at my phone and I was like, oh no, what is happening? Like, am I in trouble? Like, I couldn't believe like 30,000, views and this and that. And then it went to like 6 million very quickly. And I was like, okay, this just shows me that there's not enough people doing this.
Mhm.
That was clear as day. But then the outpouring of like love and tears, like the amount of people that give me a hug and they have tears in their eyes, um, you're right. That is what has kept me going each day.
You
I'm
know,
like,
you're
I have
going
to do it for this
right.
person.
And
Yeah.
what does your daughter think of this?
My daughter is so smart. I don't hide anything from her. She knows, she's always asking about the babies that are, that she's thinking about that are still being held in Gaza. She also is very sad when she sees people, tearing down posters. She understands that part of it. She came with me to that speech because it was an all woman speech. So I felt very safe to bring her. I knew it was going to be a warm environment.
Right.
But I'll tell you, like we were in the hotel and we did see a protest go by, a pro-Palestinian protest. And it was hard because, we see this giant sign and it's a giant swastika being held. And that was the first time I had seen one in person.
Mm.
Um, and I think, and we were with my boyfriend who is Israeli, he's Jewish, and she wrote him a letter. And that letter is on my page. And she just said, I'm so sorry, basically, that people are being hateful. And it even ended with like Israel will win. It was like the cutest letter. So if anyone wants to go
Oh,
read that letter, it's on my page. That she sat there and and wrote him this letter because for him to see people carrying a swastika is just the most
no, it's
gut
very
wrenching,
frightening.
terrible, frightening thing after everything that the Jewish people have been through and what that represents. So Bella could feel it. She's only 8, but then she came to my speech that night. And I looked over at her, and then people always ask me, "Why do you do this? Why do you do this?" And I'm like, "That is why I
Wow.
do this. I do this for her and for all of the younger generation, to hopefully have a better understanding and a better life." She then went home and wrote her own speech about, and that's on my page too. She wrote
Wow. Look what you're doing.
right? And that's what I'm saying. It is, if we educate our children to be loving, and this is how I feel about, I'm so sad for the children in Palestine, in Gaza, because they're being taught hate, right? So they're being taught hate from the moment they're born. And to me, that's child abuse. Okay. Like in America, you're teaching kids to go stab people,
Right.
and have them say things like that. We've seen so many videos of these young kids saying, like, I just want to stab a Jew. I can't wait, like
Right.
whatever. That is child abuse. You're giving that child no chance of a loving, future. And I do feel like these children should be removed from these homes. That's one of the things that I said. In America, you teaching that, you're going to get your child taken away. And people have said to me, like, that's a crazy thought. They ask, what's your solution? My solution right now, with all the money that we're raising for Gaza, goes to take the women and children out of Gaza, house them somewhere, house them anywhere until the war is over, so that we are not seeing and sadly losing babies and children. I don't understand why we can't just force and put pressure on Egypt just to give us some land build some temporary, like, housing, move them there, and then bring them back and use that money to rebuild and re-educate. Like, it seems pretty simple to me. But again, like, I believe that babies are innocent. Okay. At the end of
Yeah,
the day, babies are innocent. So when people say all Palestinians are this or that, I can't get on board with that either, because I now have friends who were radicalized, and through this entire process that I have met, who have been de-radicalized through education and are now speaking out on behalf of Israel and the Jewish people. So we can't ever just on either side say that everybody is this or that. And
I
I'll just
agree.
never be one of those people.
No,
So
you can't be that way. You have to take each person as they
exactly.
are.
And give them a chance.
So tell us about your trip to Israel. That was in December, right? And
Yes.
what made you go? You started speaking out. You weren't just speaking on your page because I was following you very closely. Um, and you were speaking almost daily
Mhm.
and and then you started to be asked to speak out in public. I think you came to Washington, D.C. or New York. It was very
Yep.
cold.
Yep. Oh
And
yeah, it was
then
a
I
really
saw
great
you
time.
were in Israel. So please take us through that.
Absolutely, yes. I mean, I started being asked to speak at events and rallies, which I couldn't believe. I was like, what? I was like, everybody knows that I sometimes cuss. I don't really, I did try to write a speech on 2 occasions. And then I realized throughout it, I end up just not looking at it and just going with my heart. So I realized that's just who I am. Like, I can't write a speech and do all of that perfectly. I'm not, Noah Tishby, like, she's incredible. Like, I am just a different being. I'm just a mom um who is speaking truthfully from her heart. And so even I was just at Sundance and we were with the hostage families, and I literally cried with one of the hostages, Omer's brothers, in my arms, and he's just bawling. And I was also with the parents of another young man named Omer. And it was very emotional. And then I get handed the microphone, and then I just walk up and I just speak from the heart. That's
Right.
that's what you're gonna
That's
get from me now. And I feel like that's what people want to hear. This is not some like calculated. I never knew I was gonna be a speaker. And I I really it makes me really happy that I could just help even one person feel a little bit better from speaking. Like,
Well, this has all happened very naturally, organically. You spoke out. This is what happens.
right,
And we don't know. We think we know what our purpose is, right? You think your purpose is, well, I'm going to create a business and I'm going to do this.
right.
And everything else that you've done in your past because you've had a very busy life.
Yep,
And then all of a sudden something like this happens. You're like, what?
I
I'm
know.
speaking, people are asking me, and it's sort of like a no-brainer to you
Yeah.
because it comes from the heart, and that's the kind of woman you've always been. And you're helping people and you're educating them. And look at what you're doing for your daughter, for your friends. And your daughter's just going to think, I'm sure she already does, think that you should be the next president because of the courage that you have for getting up. So what motivated you to go to Israel? And was there any fear?
So the truth is I when I got asked to join an organization called Israel Friends, who have been doing so much, raising so much money for Israel and making sure that, definitely check them out. They have literally, I watched them. They are one of the foundations that I would absolutely tell everybody to donate to, because I watched them take the specific gear needed and handed to the person who actually needed it. Like,
This is
one
Friends of Israel?
Israel
Okay.
Friends, yeah.
Israel Friends. Okay.
Israel Friends, yeah. So when they asked me to come, I was just like blown away that I was even asked to come. B, I was like, absolutely. And for me, it was really important because of all of the barrage. I had a couple really rough days
Mm.
where I was really attacked online, but like, and I let it get to me, but now it just doesn't bother me one bit, because I
Good.
went, because
Good.
I went and I saw for myself, and I was able to be like, Actually, Deborah Messing just did a great post about this, where she was like, "You can't call me a liar. I was there." You know what I mean? So it's
Right.
like, have you been? So it's like anybody who says to me that, like, I don't
You
know
don't
this
know what
or
you're talking about.
right,
Right.
or
You
that
don't,
this is propaganda. I'm like, you can't
right.
call a burnt house that I stood in where all of this person and family's things were surrounding me, and like the smell of what happened to them is still in these rooms. And it is, I mean, when I was walking through Kibbutz Be'eri and Faraza, there's moments where everybody was there and it kind of feels like awkward, like a little bit like a museum, like they're showing you, well, this is what happened here. But then when everybody would leave and I would just stand in the house by myself, I literally would get overwhelmed and just, I'm actually getting chills right now thinking about it. And I would just start bawling, crying because I would hear the laughter and the joy that was once in that home. And then I would hear the terror that then happened just by being there, and feeling it. And there was even a video where I posted where I was just bawling, crying. And I was like, you can never tell me that these people deserved this. You can never tell me this was a fight for freedom. You can never misconstrue that with me ever again.
Right.
Um,
Because I saw it.
because I know
I
what
was
I saw.
there. I
Yeah.
was there. You were there
Yeah.
for a long time.
I was. I did a lot in that
You were
amount of
there
time.
like for 10
But
days.
yes, I was there for about 10 days and we literally jam-packed that schedule. I mean, I went everywhere to the border of Lebanon, the Syrian border. I was with all the soldiers. I
Yeah.
really understood that like these IDF soldiers are kids, their fathers, they're beautiful humans that just want to live their normal lives. Like talking to one soldier about how he wants to be an actor when he gets out, another one who like is working on his startup company, app design, and like another one's playing guitar for me, another one's like, and it's just like when people try to say like, I was really appalled recently when I saw the photos of the 4 girls that are still being held and someone was saying, well, they're soldiers. First of all, I don't know how many times I have to say this, but every single child in Israel knows their fate of having to one day be a soldier
Right.
because of the threat that's just across the border, right? So they have no choice. I also think that is a really sad existent like reality, that people need to have some sympathy for. They have no choice. They want to do
Right.
it, they want to support, but they also want to go home. And they
Mhm.
also can't wait till the war is over and they don't want to hurt anybody. They just want to survive.
Right.
They just want to survive and they want their families to survive.
Right. I have a niece there who went there after high school,
Wow.
and her father is Israeli, and she went there. She was in the army and then college, and then fell in love, and she's been there since she was 18 years old.
Wow.
And we worry about her all the time, but we're all in touch with her. But
Yeah.
it's somebody knows somebody there. And so when you were there, what was the thing that you were most surprised about? And were you also struck by the strength of the Israeli people?
Oh my God, it's so wild how I'm honest, like the Jewish people in America are much more frightened than the Jewish people in Israel because they are just so strong. They're born to protect,
Right.
to like serve and protect. And literally when you have a bomb shelter on every corner and in every hotel and in every home, it's like you're built differently. Um,
Right.
I remember when I hung out with my boyfriend's family who are, from Israel, and they're like, and I was like, oh my God, everybody's like so freaked out right now. And they're like, really? They're like, what's happening here in America? I mean, like, like what's the big deal? And I realized it's totally different for the Jewish people that were just dealing with anti-Semitism in here, and that's scary and awful, but they're so used to actual like possibilities of a rocket dropping on their home
Well,
every day.
right. And normally you'll hear that was fine. That was fine. But I remember hearing from my niece, and she said, this is scary. This,
Yeah.
this, this is scary. This isn't like the others. This is very different.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah.
think that's why we all felt it.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely have videos of hearing just loud me walking and just hearing the loudest booms like over
Mhm.
and over again, and me just being like, oh, and I just couldn't shake the whole like, whoa, and they're like, it's okay, like it's all right, like, and I'm just like, wow. It's definitely a wild feeling. I think also for me discovering just I realize now, like when people, I didn't understand the whole like apartheid conversation or whatever, right? And in Israel, that is not true. But now I realize what they're saying is because they think it's Palestine. So that is the big problem
Right.
that is very hard to change. I mean, if people don't believe that it's Israel and that it's actually occupied Palestine, that's where the whole apartheid thing is because they feel like they can't be in their own land, right?
Right. Right.
But when I was there and I saw, I was in the hospital and then there's this Muslim man and he's able to pray right there, but
Mhm.
he's wearing a jacket with a Jewish star and
Right.
he's Muslim, you know what I
Right.
mean? And then I went and I met with, the Druzes who speak all different languages and I met with, you know, um, people from the gay community who are super grateful that they can be gay
Right.
in Israel and like, not be treated badly for it.
And
And
that was a big thing that was brought up a lot. And
yeah,
to bring up that this is a place safe for the gay community. This
everyone.
is a safe place because it's doesn't Israel's just not for Jews. There
Right.
are everybody lives there.
So
Yes, most of the people are Jewish, but everybody lives there.
this is why Israel is so important because they say that they want to, you know, give it to Palestine, give it to, whatever. But if we don't have Israel in the Middle East, there is no more freedom. There is no more place to go and live and be free. Unfortunately, like you can't be um whoever you want to be in a lot of these other places yet. I hope for the future that that will change. Like I said, like Gen Z and Iran are really fighting to, stand up against all of these things. Egypt was a very like evolved place when I went and visited
Mm.
there. So I feel like there's chance for the future, but Israel is on the forefront of that type of um, way of life. And so it's very important. And the only people that really, are against it and hate it and are trying to, say that there are all these types of bad things are the people that are against the freedom of life.
Right. Thank you for clarifying. That's a really, really good point. Thank you. Did
You're
you
welcome.
did you come back from Israel with a renewed look, or did you come back and say, "Oh, that's exactly what I thought it was going to be like"?
I had no idea what I thought it was going to be like, to be honest.
Okay.
Like, and also when you go to these places, you're like, in your mind, you're thinking it's like this war torn, even like the borders, they're beautiful. Like, I'm like,
Mm.
"Oh God, if everybody could get along, like the land here, like the tourism that could come, like the
Right.
building of like a better society, like, wow, like if only there weren't terrorist regimes and this kind of really terrifying ideology
So much
that
hatred.
believes in death over life, like the Middle East would be one of the best places in the world.
I know. I know. So what's next for you?
So I am actually in the morning heading to Canada. Canada needs a lot of help right now. Canada is really struggling. Like the anti-Semitism is on another level in Canada. For some reason I didn't realize. But yeah, it's like it's really bad. I'm talking like way worse than America, way worse than New York, way worse, than what we're dealing with here. Um, and people are really scared. So I'm going to go with Stand With Us and I'm going to do
Wow.
speeches in Toronto, Montreal, and Edmonton.
Mhm.
And I'm going to try to bring some, just light and perspective and just kind of like help people to feel, I don't know, hopefully it means something.
Right. People don't think that there are a lot of Jews in Canada. Somebody just said that to me recently, and I said, yes, it's a very large population. As a matter of fact, I had a Holocaust survivor on my show back in November. He is 87 years old, and his family first went to Canada when they fled.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
Thank you for everything that you're doing.
Of
I
course.
really thank you so much. So tell us about your business. Pizza Girl, and how are you balancing all this?
You're going to be the first to know that I'm going back to Israel on February 5th.
Oh
Yeah.
my goodness.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm going back. So this time is going to be not as much about bearing witness, but more about actually rolling up my sleeves and helping. So I'm excited. We have
you.
a lot of different events and organizations and are bringing some great people out there. Also, everybody needs to follow Shabbat Surf Club. That is a really incredible organization that's teaching people about Judaism through surf. Just a more laid back approach. So we're doing a bunch
Never
of stuff
heard that.
with with like legendary surfer Sean Thompson, and just all of, just bringing people together through like a more like chilled out kind of way. For some people that maybe don't connect with the super religious side or the super, you know what I mean? So it's more just appreciation of Israel from a different light.
If there was, before we get into your business,
Yeah.
what would be the places of just a few places you can throw out, and then I'll leave them in the show notes where people can donate or get involved to help Israel.
Yes, definitely. Israel Friends, definitely. Bulletproof is a really good organization. Those two organizations are really helping with gear for the soldiers. And then I'm also working with an organization called Support a Mother. And this is really beautiful. This is these moms that are literally their husbands are off at war. They're now home with their kids. They can't work. They're struggling. So we are trying to raise funds, and I am actually going and I'm going to be making, meal kits and actually like stopping by a bunch of their houses and just hanging out with them this trip. So if people could support a mother, it's really just about like making the kids, and you bring toys and different, just things to lighten up their day a little bit. They're really scared they're going to get a call that dad's not coming home. They're really struggling. It's another side of it that we don't put enough attention on, I think. And I'm really honored to be helping out that organization as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So
Yeah.
what's going on with Pizza Girl?
Okay, so let's talk about Pizza Girl. So prior to October 7th, Pizza Girl and my little girl was my entire life. Pizza Girl is something that I was called the pizza girl when I was a little kid. My dad had pizza shops, single dad, had to go to all the catering jobs with him. It really instilled a really positive work ethic in me, having to go. So I always say to parents, like, bring your kid to work, make them roll up their sleeves, make them help, because that really did make it so that like work wasn't work to me. It felt like fun. I love when I'm at an event or whatever, I'm cleaning, I'm like super like kind of just like humble in that way. Like I like to roll up my sleeves,
Right.
get everything done. And then honestly, I started Pizza Girl because I was frustrated dealing with my Italian pizza family because they just weren't listening to me. Mind you, I was like a bit of a wild party girl in my teenage years.
So I read.
Yes, a very well-known, notorious party girl, which is probably why I can't run for president now. But all we need are those smear campaigns, like me, like drunk walking out of the club with Paris
Yes,
Hilton.
right. Yeah,
But
you were
I
out there.
was, I did the
Yes.
whole thing. I became a DJ. I toured the world. I did all of that, and it was all just part of my rebelling against this whole pizza girl,
I,
concept.
right.
And then when I became a mom, I just kind of, I had a couple honestly scary run-ins with drugs and alcohol during that time of my life. And I just decided to kind of, I went to AA, I cleaned up my life. I, really just thought about the fact that I lost my mother when I was 5, and I just didn't want to do that to my daughter. So it really changed my life. And originally I started speaking out to kids about maybe not going down that road. You know what I mean? Like starting earlier means that you're going to have a much brighter future if you can think of a career or option at a younger age, because you're going to have like at least 10 failures before you have your one, which I did. I
Good
was very
advice.
entrepreneurial.
Mhm.
So then Pizza Girl was me finally being like, well, fine, if you're not going to let me do what I want to do for Demore's Pizza, which is my dad's place, because there was literally too many cooks in the kitchen, I was like, I'm going to start my own company and I'm going to show you how good I am. And sure enough, I mean, I started with only 3 jarred pasta sauces, all organic and so delicious, marinara, a vodka sauce, and an arrabbiata. And they literally taste exactly like my grandmother's sauces with no preservatives. You can eat them right out of the jar. Now I'm in 2,500 supermarkets. I started this company off of $5,000 and nothing but a dream and a trademark. And I literally sat in supermarkets. You can see if you scroll down a ways on my Instagram page, like
Mhm.
I've been standing in supermarkets for the past 5 years giving out samples because I didn't have the big funding that the other big companies have
Right.
to stay on shelves. And now we're like, I just got my Whole Foods numbers. We're like up 80% in the past like 4 weeks, 52 weeks, like up 60%. So it's really starting to happen. So of course, being outspoken was a little scary at first,
Mhm.
just the thought of it. But at the end of the day, I think the people that try my product, know it's the very best product. And it shouldn't matter that I stood up for people that were suffering. You know what I mean? Like,
There were so many people that I was disappointed in. I didn't know them personally, but celebrities, Jewish
yeah,
celebrities that weren't speaking out.
yeah,
And I didn't understand that, but I heard rumors and things like that that said, no, 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 you don't want to speak out. You don't want to hurt your business. You don't want to hurt this. And
no, no,
there's little me, and
yeah,
um my daughter has a PR background, and I said to her, I want to say something. I'm a little scared, but I want to say something because I had just been in New York soon after this happened, and they had closed down Grand Central because there were all these protesters out there. I was only there for 24 hours, and in the 24 hours I was there, the protests had begun. And Grand Central Station has never been closed down, doors locked, anything like that. And I said, I want to talk about this. She's like, go ahead, but be ready. And then I was horrified when I saw the comments, horrified at all the hate. And she said, Mom,
yeah,
don't look at the comments, just don't look at it. But she
exactly.
said, but I was happy
Because
that I
they do
did.
nothing. They do nothing but leave comments. Honestly, the people that
And
are
you lose followers. Big deal. I don't
big
want those
deal.
kind of followers anyway. And the
Right.
fact that
And
your business is like just growing because people like you and the product.
yeah,
There you go. And it
there you
came from
go.
the heart. You were being
Yeah.
fearless and authentic.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And honestly, like the the people that are they're going to spend their day like trolling, those
Yeah,
people are not going to go buy your product anyway. Okay. They're literally in their grandma's
you
basement.
are so
They're
right.
not like out in the world like doing actual positive things. So those aren't the people you really need to worry about anyway. And it's a big world out there. So do not be scared. And honestly, let's also not hate on people who took some time to speak out because
Right.
I'm really proud of like Gwyneth Paltrow. She just spoke out for the Israeli women who have been raped. And a lot of people are like, oh, like 3 months too late, blah, blah, blah.
Never
No,
too late.
be like, yes, thank you. It's never too late to do the right thing. And if people are seeing negativity towards her, they're not going to do it as well. What we want is people to feel good and feel empowered and continue to like want to speak up,
Right.
and we're getting a lot more people. You'll be surprised. People are seeing it hasn't taken me down. I'm the poster child for it. So, like I'm just telling everybody, hey, like look at me. It's all good. And it's good to like stand up for people. So,
Right. And if you need to learn more about what you're talking about, because go to Caroline's page,
yeah.
go and listen to her, go see the people that she talks to, listen to what she's saying. So, what is your hope and your goal for being this activist? So, you're a CEO of Pizza
Yeah.
Girl. Now you're an activist, you're a
Yeah.
speaker, you're traveling all over the world. How do you see yourself in the next 5 years?
Yeah, I mean, I'm working daily on growing my company. I'm very excited that Aaron and Sarah Foster's fund just invested in Pizza Girl, which is really exciting. They
Congratulations.
are bad asses, and I'm just so excited to have more powerful women on my team. So we are expanding into some more supermarkets. We are also now launching our e-commerce. Our e-commerce business is really growing. Our new pizza ovens, the Pizza Girl Pizza Grill, and
I
basically
love those.
George Foreman of the pizza oven. They work so well, you guys. They're only $158 and we sell out every time they drop, which is so exciting. Are your
I love pizza. I have to get it. I keep looking at it. I'm like, I have to buy it. But then I think, oh my goodness, is it too hard for me to use?
No. Oh my God. It's
Okay.
literally just plug it in and you just read the instruction manual. You hit me up and I'll tell
All
you. I
right.
did a bunch of posts about all the tips. It is so easy. You don't even have to clean it. And your little thing is the oven's gonna get black. I mean, and people are like, oh no, it looks black. I'm like, no, that's a legitimate oven, like it's supposed to like get like that over time. So I promise you it's the easiest oven and it can go in an
Okay.
apartment. It doesn't have to be this big crazy thing in the backyard. And it's very reasonably priced. Yeah, so I definitely think, I'm going to continue to do that. And then we also have a dream to do Pizza Girl little pizza windows all over in hotels and airports and whatnot with all my organic ingredients and pink pizza boxes and pink everything. So that's the future for Pizza Girl. And then I will always continue. It's funny because in the beginning, I think investors and business people, they were like, well, I don't know, this is scary. But now they're like, this is just who she is, you know? So it's like,
Right.
yeah. So it all worked out.
It always does when you stand in your truth, when you're standing in
Correct.
your power, it always does because there is no other place to be than to be yourself.
Right? Yes, to
And
be fearlessly authentic. It truly comes back.
it does. So what does fearlessly authentic mean to you?
It means just living your absolute truth, like me not being afraid to be called the pizza girl, and just be proud of like my roots and where I came from. And just when you feel something, you go with it.
Right.
That is what it means. And you try to be a good person at all times.
I love
You
that.
know,
Mhm.
yeah. When people are hateful, sometimes, yeah, it's hard for me and I just want to tell them to go F themselves. But for the most part, just always being kind to nice, kind people is just it's gonna breed more love. So
It
yeah,
really is. Well, Caroline Demore, thank you so much. I'm so glad we finally got this scheduled and you were able to be on the show. Tell everybody how they can reach you.
absolutely. You guys can follow me at Caroline Demore on Instagram and my company at Pizza Girl on Instagram. Those are my main go-tos. I got off TikTok because of how awful it is.
Oh, isn't it? Isn't
Yeah,
it?
it's
I
like
don't like
weird. I
it.
don't like it one bit. Yeah. So
I
all
know.
about the gram and then pizzagirl.com to check out my website and see what we have going on.
Okay, I will continue following you. Everybody, if you haven't followed Caroline yet, please go follow her, buy her pizza sauce. I love talking to you. Thank you so much for your time. And remember to rate, review, and subscribe. You can find me at Jody Harrison Bauer on all social media platforms and on YouTube as well. And until next week, everybody, go be your most fearlessly authentic self. Bye-bye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Fearlessly Authentic. I'm your host, Jody Harrison Bauer, and I'm so excited to have you join me on today's show where I have another fabulous guest who is going to add so much to your life. If you are a first-time listener, this is the show that will educate you, empower you, and entertain you a little bit because we like to have fun here and inspire you to live your most fearlessly authentic self and life because that is what we are here for. If we're not doing it, what the heck are we doing here? So I am just super excited because I love love and I love to know that people are finding love. So today's guest is an expert in the field of dating, and she is a relationship expert and has over 15 years of experience in the field of helping people find love. So I am now going to introduce my wonderful guest today, Bella Gandhi, who, as I said, is a dating and relationship expert, founder of Smart Dating Academy, and has been featured on most national local media outlets, including Good Morning America, Steve Harvey, The Today Show, Kelly Clarkson, Access, ABC, NBC, Fox, and more. After she graduated with dual degrees in finance and German from the University of Illinois, Gandhi worked in mergers and acquisitions for Arthur Andersen in Chicago for a year before joining her family's chemicals manufacturing company, where she divided time between Chicago and Europe, helping to expand the business. When the Gandhi family sold its business to Fortune 500 company Akzo Nobel, she was asked to remain its leader and become Akzo Nobel Non-Stick Coatings Global Vice President of Housewares. But even as she quickly climbed the corporate ladder, Gandhi had a feeling that her career would one day be taking a sharp turn in a different direction because she discovered her love of matchmaking and providing dating advice. She launched her Smart Dating Academy in 2009. Smart Dating Academy has quickly become one of the nation's top coaching firms and teaches busy, successful professionals to jumpstart their dating lives successfully. Smart Dating Academy is described by its clients like going to Harvard Business School, but for dating and relationships. SDA's coaches become personal trainers for their clients' love lives, helping them to navigate the ever-changing world of online and in-person dating. The SDA coaching program is results-oriented and fun, which helps you to clarify who you are right for, stop old dating patterns, and use technology the right way. Clients become positive and enthusiastic about dating and relationships again and find love. Bella attends more weddings than she can count, and she loves love. Welcome to the show, Bella.
I'm so excited to be here. It's such an honor.
So sweet of you. It is an honor to have you on here. My goodness,
Oh, thank
that's
you.
very generous of you to say that. Oh, you just made my day.
Oh, well, you know what? It's totally true. I've been looking forward to this all day. You're doing such great work from the heart, and you're helping to inspire so many people that, you know what? There is great life, hot life at every age. So I am in for everything that is Jody Harrison Bauer.
Oh my goodness. Well, thank you. And I have been so excited about this show today too, because everybody is looking to find love. At the end of the day, it's really what settles everybody's heart is knowing that there's somebody there that they can lean on, at least for me. And I think that that's universal, that everybody wants to know that they've got that person. And you talk about that, and we're going to get to all of those things. But I wanted to first have you explain to our listeners how you got into this whole finding love for other people and helping people to date smarter.
Oh, wow. I feel like it's my mission. I feel like everybody was put on the earth for some reason, and mine is to put more love into the world. I think I started to see this when I was in college. I became the informal matchmaker. I started setting people up. They would get married. I put my own process together, which got me out of dating emotional avoidance and narcissists. So I identified my husband, started dating him after college. I taught all of my friends this process. So after my family and I had a business and we sold it, and then I ran the company that bought us for 5 years. When I left there, I had a 5-year non-compete. And I thought, well, I have been thinking about this dating and relationship thing forever, but I was scared. I didn't
Mm.
know, is this a thing? Could I actually help people systematically? And so in 2009, I kind of put my big girl pants on and said, it's okay if it doesn't work. It'll be a great story for your grandkids someday. And I started the business in 2009 and built a process around, I knew I had the gut to help people find the
Mm.
lid to their pot, but then I started to systematize it. So now we have our own little algorithm that helps people to identify partners that actually make them happy. And we have a different process to do that, and it's different for every person. And then we help them to identify red flags, and the process has worked. We're like personal trainers for your love life, and we've
I
had
love
0
that.
divorces in 15 years, and that's what we're really proud of. Not that every client wants to get married, but of the ones that have gotten married, they've all stayed together, which is great.
That's unbelievable that you can say that, because what is the divorce rate these days?
40 to 50%, Jody, of first marriages end in divorce. When people get on the horse and try it again, 67% of second marriages end in divorce, 74% of third marriages. So it just, we're never taught how to do this, right? And you can
Mhm.
say, we're born to love and to be loved. And yet we think it should be inherent, but it's not, because there's so many things that have profound influences on us. Our families of origin, social media, the media, evolution, right? And we don't always do the right thing for us, let's just say.
No, we don't. We think about that other things, and that's really what at the core is what you're teaching people. But I want to go back to when you were in college for a second. How were you able to, between the ages of, let's say, 18 and 22 years old, when you're in college, figure out what was a red flag already? How did you know? Do you think you just had a gift for identifying those things?
I dated a lot of red flags. So I was like, wait a second. And so many, it's such a good question. I came out of a high school relationship with a great guy, but I was like, oh, he's really nice and he's really cute. And like, but I want the whole experience. I want to be swept off my feet. I want butterflies. I want to feel like I'm floating on air.
Right.
And
Me too.
I dated that guy, and I was like, wow, I had the butterflies. I had the grandiose gestures. I felt like I was walking on air until 4 months into the relationship. And then
Mm.
I was the coolest girlfriend in the world until yesterday, but today I got annoying. I'm like, and I felt I had been unmoored. Like, what just happened? And so I thought about this relationship for so long. And as I got older and wiser and started to do my research, especially after starting Smart Dating Academy, I started to realize that people that don't have robust attachment systems at 4 months can just start to pull away, because after the elevated hormones of estrogen, oxytocin, vasopressin, all of these things that make us feel madly in love, crazily in love, on top of the world, when they start to fade, for people that don't have the capacity to be in a really secure, intimate relationship, they're like, meh, I gotta go. And you're like, wait, what the hell was that? And so now I understand that. And I always say, if somebody's behavior starts to change after 4 months of exclusivity, you might not be dealing with somebody who's really good for you. But we don't know this stuff. The education isn't there right? So what we're doing in our practice is helping people to develop this dating funnel, realize who, for women, we call them high GHQ guys, high and good husband qualities. So who your high GHQ guy is, what the red flags are. And we are literally watching them week over week, making sure that we're not ignoring red flags, that we're not being love bombed, that we're not getting into something too quickly, because at that point, when we settle into something so fast, we put blinders on and we stop looking for red flags because we only have one.
Yes.
And we sweep them
Yes.
under the rug until the rug gets too puffy and we trip over the rug.
Yes. But do we start seeing those usually after 4 months? Because I've dated a lot too. I mean, I'm now married, my second marriage. I was married for 17 years. I've been married 4.5 years now, but there was like 16 years of dating in between there of every Tom, Dick, and Harry size, age, mostly almost all younger men, except for my husband is older than me. But how do you wait to that 4 months? So if everything's great in 4 months, you see that red flag, what would you tell a client of yours to keep being aware of that? They're in the relationship. Are they still in touch with you after you? Okay. So
My
they
clients
see
are
it.
with me for a year. At
Okay.
minimum,
So
usually.
they see the red flag. They mentioned it to you. How do you alert them to be aware of what is going on in the relationship? Because I think, as you said, that's the hardest thing. And you don't want to see them until you trip over them. That's such a great analogy.
Yeah. And so if a client came to us, you know, we're watching that relationship. We are with them through their dating funnel while they're narrowing it down to one. And that's 15 to 20 dates with a person with no red flags before we're even agreeing to be exclusive. So now let's say we're in phase 2
Oh,
and we're
wow.
exclusive. Yeah. We have a
Wait.
whole,
15 to 20 dates until they're exclusive?
yes, ma'am.
I love that.
We're slow and steady. And people, our society is so fast forward. Like it's like people listen to podcasts on 2X. I'm like, how the hell are you picking anything up on 2X? You're not. You think you are, but you're not. When you're dating in 2X, you think you're looking at the red flags, but you're not. You're missing so much of the road. It's like driving a car at 95 miles an hour. You're not able to see all the scenery. It just looks like a blur. And when you're dating that fast, that's what happens. So we slow things down. The dates are short and sweet.
Oh.
Yeah. And so we're pacing it. And you've got multiple people in your funnel, right? It's like asset diversification. I'm a finance person by education. So we've got a diversified dating asset base here. And we're making sure that these people are all doing well. And if they show red flags, we kick them out. If there's not chemistry, and there's all green flags, well, I keep dating him. Chemistry can kick over the line. You never know.
That's why it's called Smart Dating Academy, because this is very, very smart. But how do you take the emotion out of it? I'm thinking of myself, of course, because I can't think of anybody else I know except for my daughter's dating. But, in my dating life, I mean, it did take me a long time to become exclusive with somebody kind of sort of, but if they really dig that person, how do you pull them back from spending all that time with that person when they're like, Bella, no, I really like him? How do you coach them like that?
It's education. We educate them before they get into the arena. We're not going to let you go on 5 dates in a week with Tom, right? Even though Tom looks great, you know what? Tom can wait till next week because I want you to have 2 other guys right now on your bench. And so they like the whole process because it makes a lot more sense. And it slows things down and you become a more educated dating consumer.
I think we talked about this when we first chatted on the phone. I loved dating. And I think you said you liked dating too, right?
Totally.
It was so much fun. But maybe I didn't have a goal. Does it ever get tiring for your clients, or what do you suggest for the ones who don't want to put in the effort? Do you tell them up front, this is going to take effort? This is like a part-time job. It might be like your full-time job if this is what's important to you.
I don't want dating to ever feel like anybody's full-time job. So we
Right.
have it broken down by the process. So once we quote unquote get somebody, let's say launched on an app, for example, I want you to spend 15 minutes in the morning, 15 minutes in the evening. And it's like no different than how you would put physical fitness into your life. You don't want to be at the gym for 12 hours a day. Right.
Right.
At a certain point, there's an inflection point where it's not really going to help you at a certain point. So you want to maximize, and there's no need to put in more than
Because
30 minutes.
otherwise you burn out.
You burn out, and then I have to put you in what I call dating detox. And so I don't want anybody to get into dating detox. So it's just little snippets a day. It's like if you can't go to the gym, at least park in the farthest spot in the parking lot, get some steps, maybe take the steps to your office. That's the same thing with dating. Give it 15 minutes in the morning, 15 minutes in the evening. I don't want this to be your full-time job. I want you to be gainfully employed. I want you to have a diversified life. Spend time with your friends, work
Right.
out, all of those things that make you happy, because a happy person is more attractive.
Right. And they need to have that balance. It can't be all about dating. It's
No.
just, it can't be just like it can't be when I'm training people. It can't be, you must, as you just said, you can't spend 3-4 hours at the gym every day because you're going to burn out and do it every day. It just won't work. And then it's not fun. And then you're not happy when you're going to the gym. And I get that. So explain to us how you onboard somebody. Somebody reaches out to you. Can you take us through that whole process? If that makes sense to you to explain that to everybody at home.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of like, I mean, and using the trainer analogy is a good one, right? Because I can kind of give you the top level things that we do, because it's going to be different based on if somebody, is coming in and they're 28 years old and they want to get married and have kids versus somebody who's like, you know what, marriage and kids kind of like, we're good. I just want the lid to my pot. So typically our process starts
I love
with
that. Oh my God, you're so cute. I cannot stand this. I love that. The lid to my pot. Oh,
a pot is complete, right? And you are complete on your own and super functional, right? But a lid is just the perfect accoutrement to the pot, but the pot functions without the lid. You
love
don't
you.
need a lid to complete you.
Yes. Okay. I won't interrupt again. Go ahead.
No, please do. I love it. You're the best. We have our clients fill out an extensive dossier of questionnaires, starting from family of origin, what they saw at home, all of your significant relationships, what worked, what didn't work, what was their responsibility, what was yours. And then through that constellation of data points, my team and I kind of huddle together. We know kind of what is going to be good for this person, what red flags they might be prone to. Then our first meeting is called the Jumpstart. It's 3 hours. It's amazing, life-changing, transformative. Like people like 3 hours. Oh my God, what are we going to do? I'm like, it's going to feel like 5 minutes when we're done. And people are crying and happy because we've put together an entirely new rubric, Jody, of who the love of your life is going to be. And then we teach you all about the red flags. We have them phased out in 3 phases. Phase 1 is date 0, just corresponding back and forth on the apps. What are the red flags that people throw down? Then it's dates 1 through date 10, and then beyond date 10. So the red flags are all coursed out. We're nerdy. I mean, look, when you take a person who was in finance and turn them into a date coaching company, I have graphs for what relationship trajectories look like that are healthy, unhealthy. So we're really teaching people a model that works for them, how to pace things, why, who's in, who's out. And it's magical. How to do well with video dating, how to answer the hard questions like, wow, why did you get divorced? Why were you never married? Why have you been divorced 3 times? Like, what are the hard questions to ask? And how do you answer those so you don't red flag yourself? How do you ace video dates? Never, ever go on a date with someone unless you video dated them. There's no reason. My job as their dating coach is to protect your time and your energy, so that, because dating is a marathon, it's not a sprint. You're not going to agree to go have dinner dinner with Joe Schmo because he's got 5 good photos and 200 words and you've texted back and forth. Put Joe Schmo on a video date because that's where you're going to see, was that photo 30 pounds ago or 5 teeth ago or whatever it was. But that's when that person comes to life. And 15 to 20 minutes will tell you everything you need.
Okay, so you're
Before you go in
suggesting I'm thinking of my daughter right now who's 30 years old. And she's on a few apps.
Yeah.
So does she request that they get on Zoom or
Oh, yeah.
FaceTime first?
Well, all the apps, Jody, have video built in now. So
Oh,
you
I
don't
didn't
even
know
have,
that.
yeah, you can literally click a button on Match and be on a video call with somebody. Don't ambush video call someone, like schedule it so you can zhuzh
Right.
up and then do your video, right? So, but you can see right now, you and I are on a video chat. If we were just doing audio, you would say, oh, this is fun. But now that we're on video, you could be like, oh my God, I really want to meet her. Like that we've chemistry and oh, this is just so fun because video brings what was 2 dimensions into 3 dimensions.
Mhm. That's great advice. So they do. So what happens? You get somebody, you have them go through the 3 hour, they fill out all
Yeah.
this information, and then you're there with them for how long? You said a year, or it depends on what they've signed up for.
It depends on what they've signed up for. We typically do 3 months or 6 months or 12 months, but I would say 95% of our clients do 12 months. But after the jumpstart, then we have a photo studio in Chicago. Everybody, whether you're coming from Manhattan or Manhattan Beach, California, or Dallas, everybody comes to Chicago to do our photo shoot because photos couldn't be more important. And all the research shows we don't have great photos of ourselves and we don't pick the best photos of ourselves. So
Interesting.
I have a makeup artist, a studio. We help every client pick their outfits before they come here to best position yourself to maximize the quality of candidates you're going to get. So you do a photo shoot. I wrote a workbook during COVID that produces the perfect online profile. And so our clients write it using the workbook. We help to edit it. And then once you quote unquote, let's say launch on an app, then we're in your inboxes with you. We're not like, oh, put on some lipstick, have a good date. I'm like, okay, this dude has 4 red flags. This woman looks 50 shades of crazy. We're done. Let's get her out. We have dating.
Wait, you're in the
scorecards.
inbox with
Oh,
them?
girl, we're
Oh my God, I love
it.
this.
I've got 100 people's logins on my screen for every site, every app for all of our clients.
Oh, I would have loved this when I was single. Oh my God, you're helping so many people. I could think of a whole bunch of people right now who could use you.
Oh,
So what is the average age of a woman and a man that reach out to you?
you know, it's funny. Today we onboarded a 26-year-old guy from Chicago who was in IT and his parents met someone I know at an event and they invested in us for their 26-year-old son and their 32-year-old daughter, right? So, but on average, we are more catering to people in their mid 30s to, let's call it their 70s, just because we're more of an investment. But,
Right.
you know, someday I hope that we can have more products rather than just one-on-one servicing that really kind of democratize the education that we have so we can make it accessible to more people. Because my goal, full stop, is to just put more love on the earth with more loving relationships to like increase the vibe of the whole earth. Why not? Let's go big or go home.
Oh, and I believe that you're going to do it. You've been
Oh,
doing this
thank
for
you.
how many years have you been doing?
15.
15. Yeah, you're still going strong here. You have so much more love to share and help people. I can feel it. I
Oh my
can really
gosh.
feel it.
I'm going
So
to show you this. Like I get texts from clients. Hello, my beautiful friend, sharing my 3rd wedding anniversary with you,
oh,
right? Could you just squeal with joy? You have waved your magic wand and the magic is still happening. Thank you. Right? I mean, like I literally sometimes pinch myself. How did I get this
wow.
job?
Right.
Yeah. So
It's because
it's amazing.
you're helping people know what to look for. And when you being in a personal trainer, coaching people, I'm able to look at what they need from me. They might come in and say, I want to work my upper body. I'm like, no, we need to work your whole body. And then we need to do blah, 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 because I know what's best for them based on where they are in life and what they're telling me they need. Because most people don't know what they're looking for or don't know what they need, which is why they hire a coach. They hire an expert. And some people are resistant, right? Do you get people that totally want you, they throw their money at you, but then they resist a little bit? What do you do with people that resist once they're on board with you?
I mean, we have some pretty candid conversations. Like,
Yeah.
how can I be the best coach for you?
Mm,
You
right.
tell me, what do you need? Right. And so, because I coach people in a way that I would want to be coached. Okay. If someone's not following a process, it's like, okay, how can we make this better for you?
Mm,
Right. Because clearly you're resisting. Where is
right.
the resistance? Are
Right.
we in fear? Are we in avoidance? What's
Yeah.
going on? Why do you want to race off and do the same thing that you've done in your last 4 relationships? You want to do this again. Why are you resisting the right path? What
Mm,
in this? What's triggered inside of you where you want to go do the same thing again?
perfect. Perfect. All right. I want to ask you about dream guy, dream girl list. And if I have this right, the elevator people in your life. So I'd like to really talk about that in detail.
Yeah, this is such a special thing that we do with our clients, and it really helps to suss out like the stuff that we want versus what we need. Right. And I really credit this to some extent for the fact that we don't have divorces. It's like when you start to look for and preference the right traits in a mate, a lot of the old BS goes out of the window. I've done this exercise that you're talking about with thousands of women over the last 15 years. When I ask women this question, tell me about your dream guy. Do you know what the number one thing I've heard, the number one characteristic in the last 15 years on most women's dream list? Tall.
That's what I
Dream
hear
guy,
too.
tall. Okay, tall? What, like everybody is the same height lying down. I get we want to feel small, right? And that's a big thing. And we're so triggered as women, and we're just, I could go on about that forever, but it's like, I want to feel small. I want to feel petite. I want to feel thin. So I want someone who's bigger than me. And I get that. But when you start to look at the data, I'm like, that's your number one thing on your list. How'd that work out for you for the last 30 years?
Right. Right.
Right. Maybe we should be doing something different. So it's truly amazing. So that's the number one thing we hear on dream guy lists. I said that in my TED talk 2 years ago. The audience exploded laughing when I said tall, like they couldn't believe it. And I did a lot of times, women will say ideally over 6 feet. And I love data. I'm like, do you know that only 12% of the US population of men is over 6 feet tall? That means Jody, if you came to me and said, Bella, I'd really like someone who's 6 feet tall or over, I'm like, I want you to imagine a room of 100 guys right now. And when you say over 6 feet tall, you've just told 88 of them to exit and only 12 of them are left. You haven't even talked about age, religion, ethnicity, education yet. That's what these parameters that online dating kind of puts on us, force us to do. It's called percentage multiplier. Every time you specify something, you've told all those other people to leave the room. And what are you left with? So people don't understand sometimes the math behind the choices that they're making. And I'm not here to say settle for something, or, if your religion is really important to you, you have to understand what your deal makers and deal breakers truly are, and then get flexible on the rest and know that it's exciting. Love will come to you in an unexpected package.
It really does. It always does. And, you know, it's funny because height was never a thing for me because I'm only 5 feet tall. So I, you know, 5'10" was usually a good height for me. But it's funny in watching, I did a podcast about the Golden Bachelor, and I think he's pretty tall, but if you watch any of the regular Bachelor and the regular Bachelorette, I've read that the Bachelorette always ask for the men to be tall. So
Always.
always, they're always tall, and they're always these little petite girls with these guys. I mean, the last one was like, you know, maybe was all of like 80 pounds, and she is engaged to a 6'7" guy. And
Yeah.
it just can't be all that. So after that, okay, so that's their dream guy. That's the number one dream guy quality that a woman is looking for. So
And they've
how
got
do
50 other things on that list.
50
And
others that I'm sure you're used to seeing all the time, right?
100, every day we do this, you know, we did it with this guy today that we onboarded, right? And we do this for men and women, doesn't matter what ethnicity, if you're gay, straight, bi, nothing, love is love. So our process is the same. And then the second step is we help people through our process. It's hard for people to do this on their own. So we
Right.
we do it with them, and thinking about the people in your life that make you really, really happy and why they make you happy. And then we bang down on that, and then we come up with a theme. And so basically we want our clients to look for elevator people, ultimately, that have no red flags, that they want to sleep with eventually. So that's like the holy trinity. And I know that sounds simple, but it's hard to do in practice, to find somebody that has all of the qualities of your favorite people, no red flags, that you're attracted to. And that's why this process takes a long time. And people that might seem, you know, this is like dating is a horse race. It's like the horse that looks like it's going to win the Derby on the
Right.
first lap might break its leg on the second lap, right? And be taken out of
Right.
the race. So you never know who's going to win you, right? And you are the prize. So the one who sometimes looks the best in the very beginning isn't going to stand the test of red flags.
So you talk about that in your TED Talk, and I loved that TED Talk. Can you get into more detail about you know, in the qualities that you love or admire in other people? Can you give us some examples of what you would like them to think about? Because it's probably really hard to sit back and reflect, well, what if I had to pick the people that I love the most or admire the most? These are the qualities. So how do you get them to that level?
Right. We literally, I mean, we're going through this, and this is all part of this 3-hour jumpstart session, and really thinking about the people in their lives that make them happiest, right? You know, I could ask you, Jody, who are your elevator people, the people that make you happiest? Think about who they are and think about why they make you happy. This isn't your best friend Samantha because she's gorgeous and adventurous and always up for something fun, and, you know, she's got the best shoes. That's great about Samantha, but that doesn't talk about what she gives you in your relationship. So it's kind of this complex thing, this exercise that we do with our clients, and then we look for this theme together, and then that becomes the focal point, these elevator people, and looking for the common theme. You know, I tell them, I want you to define the people in your life that make you happiest. We're going to look for why they make you happy. And when you're dating, I want your partner to make you one thing: happy. So why wouldn't we look at the
Right.
people in your life that make you happiest? It's like nobody's connecting these dots. And so it's like, oh shit, that's amazing. Sorry, I don't know if you can swear on your show.
Yes, you can.
and so and so that's, you know, it's like a trick, not trick, right? It's like, think about this logically. And why wouldn't you want someone that made you feel happy, right? And think about it, you know, that maybe is your cheerleader or supportive, and everybody's lists are, you know, different, but it's about that consistency and that thought, and dating deliberately and consciously. Because here's the insidious thing: people will be like, oh my God, I was married to a narcissist and then another one, and I could write a book on
Right.
narcissists. I'm like, yeah,
Right.
right. But you know what? When you get back into the arena, you do the same thing all over again. It's like when people are,
Right.
this is a terrible analogy, but it's like people that are, in recovery for alcohol, right? And it's like, okay, it's great. And you can go through all the steps, but what happens when you step foot into a bar, right? Don't step foot into a bar. Basically, it's or have someone with you that's going to be like, and now we're done, and now we're leaving.
time
You've
to
had your
go.
Diet Coke. It's time to go. And ultimately, that's what we're doing for people. I don't care how many relationship books you've read, how many books on narcissism you've read. If you feel like you've been love bombed and had every red flag, when I put you back out there, you're going to do the same thing again, because human beings are creatures of habit. We
It's
do
so
what's
true.
comfortable versus what's right.
Right. It's going into that, also that discomfort, because when we feel uncomfortable, that's where the growth takes place, but it's very uncomfortable. It's that messy middle that it sounds like that's where your expertise comes in, is that messy middle that everybody wants to ignore. Oh, I got this. Oh, I know this. But it would be so reassuring to know that they've got somebody like you coaching them that's not going to let them fail again if they put in the work, right? It's like with anything that we do in life, if we put in the effort and we've got the right teachers and coaches and experts in our corner, we're going to succeed if we do what they say we're going to do. I used to say to my clients all the time, if you listen to what I tell you to do, you will reach your goals. Now, not all of them did, but the ones that did, they won their fitness shows, they got married, they got a new job because they felt better in their bodies, right?
I wish I lived by you. I'd be in your studio training with you every day if you would let
Oh my
me.
God, we would have so much fun.
Oh my gosh. You are
So
hashtag goals. I told you that
thank
when
you.
we first met.
You are well, so are you. I mean, what you're doing right now is incredible. So, I've heard other dating coaches who are not like you, but you go through TikTok, you go through Instagram, you see young, older, all different ages talking about dating. And some people want to say, this is how you should dress, wear your hair. You need to be fit if you want to find this kind of man. What do you help people, um, get the right grooming, or maybe suggest that they see a trainer? I mean, how do you deal with those types of things, the physicality, but also it's health wise? When I'm talking about fitness, it's inside and outside. But maybe you think that Lisa should change her hair from pink to her brown hair. I don't know. I'm just throwing these things out. What do you suggest?
Yeah. I mean, I think I will always give people recommendations and
Mhm.
guidance. Ultimately, it's up to them to take that, right? Because I have opinions on everything. And so ultimately, but I can't, it doesn't serve anybody well to take advice where you feel inauthentic.
Mm, right,
Right.
right.
And so I had a client who came to me and she had, white hair. Right. And women are, and she's like, all my girlfriends are like, oh my God, your hair is so amazing. She says, what do you think about it for online dating? I'm like, look, I've seen it. If you color your hair, it will make you look younger. You're going to get more people into your funnel. But if you don't want to do that, that's also fine. Be yourself. My job is to tell you how to maximize your chances. It is not to make you become some drone of who you are or you aren't. That's not what I want to do. And some people are like, okay, if you tell me I'm going to get better results by growing my hair out or coloring my hair away from silver to brown, I'm going to do that. And I love that. I want feedback. And others are like, this is me. I've got a purple streak in my gray hair. Take me as I am. I'm like, giddy up. Let's go.
Right, right. Let's do
That's
it.
it. You be you, boo.
Right. And in being a better communicator, let's just say they're doing online dating, how do you help people communicate better? Because I remember back in the day, you want to be cool with your responses. You want to be, let them know you're interested if you're interested in, but not too interested, and be flirty, right? How do you help people communicate better? Because some people have a sense of humor, some people are more serious. For me, I was more serious, but I was trying to be like light and cute and flirty. How do you help people as I'm stumbling
How did
over
that
my
work
words
with
to
you?
ask
How did
you the
that
questions?
How did that work for you? It sounds like you were saying, I'm more serious, but I tried to be flirty. Was that hard?
No, it was really easy for
Good.
me. And then I found myself being light. The deep Jody, the person that's way deep inside of me, I'm very serious about everything that I do. I am not lighthearted at all, but I can be. So in those situations, I was. And, once you get to know me, you knew that I took things seriously, but I'm not boring. So it was fun. I loved being like that. You sort of can be like anybody you want to be. And that's what I think is cool. That's what I think is cool about dating.
Think about yourselves as diamonds with many facets,
Right.
right? And people have many facets. And I can be one person when I'm hanging out with my mom. I'm going to be a different person, a different version of me when I'm with my husband, or when I'm hanging out with my daughter, or when I'm hanging out with business associates. We all have different facets that we adjust a little bit, right? We are who we are at our core, and it's okay to have those facets. I'm going to be a different person when I'm, driving my company versus when I'm chatting with my best friend, or maybe I'm on a date, right? And so that you have to be attuned to what feels good to you. But you want to make sure when you are going on these dates that you are the easy breezy version of yourself.
Yeah.
Be the CEO at home.
I'm glad that you said that, because I remember a million years ago, this is like when I was getting divorced back in 2002, and Tony Robbins, and I bought his CDs. Okay. We're talking.
Love,
Yeah.
love.
I couldn't sleep. I'd wake up and I would see Tony Robbins at 2:00 in the morning.
Right.
And I'm like, that's when you,
QVC.
right,
Bye.
QVC, bye. And I remember this one particular part about relationships. And it said, you relate to people differently, which is exactly what you're saying, different facets of your personality. And I remember thinking that was so poignant. And I remember thinking, I do relate to different people, as do other people relate, just as you said. And I guess that's okay, as long as we're still being ourselves. And I think some people get stuck thinking they need to be the same person all the time, whether they're with their friends, in business, on a date, and so on.
Yes. And it's okay. You're going to be different. And I tell my clients, I want dating you to be different than work you, right?
Mm.
I want you to be what I call socially generous, right? Work on, how do you present? Do you smile when you talk? Are you looking in people's eyes? Are you genuinely curious about people? Are you listening to understand? People can give you so many gems when you ask them a question. And if you're truly listening to understand what lights them up, what they're passionate about, I would say, imagine them handing you gems. That was a sapphire, that was a diamond. Now you put those in your little pouch so that you can bring those gems back up when you need them, right? And this is how things become fun.
Beautiful.
And they become easy. You don't want the date to feel like a freaking deposition. You want it to feel natural.
Yes. And I've heard that sometimes it becomes like an interview. And I think that's tough. Do you have any rules? You hear about all these rules out there in the dating world, on social media, the rules. The first date, after they've done the videos and everything else that you've suggested they do, they go on a date. Do you suggest that they go Dutch? Do you have rules about who pays and so on, who picks the restaurant or the bar or whatever they do on the first date?
I think I just say keep it easy. If a guy asks, hey, where would you like to go? Have two answers, right? Because ultimately, men have been burned when women are like, you pick. And then the guy will pick and they're like, ew, how would he think to take me to this spot? But he's a guy, right? He's like, you told me to pick my favorite spot. It's a dive bar around the corner. Like they're literal, right? So I don't have rules about that. Like make it easy, be thoughtful to each other. And with regards to payment,
Mm,
I tell women always offer to split the check,
right.
right? Always.
I
It
agree.
will always earn you points. And I tell the guys that we coach, listen, we're wired in a way where it makes us feel like you care, you like us, you could provide. It's a visceral instinct. Take her to a place that it's not going to kill you to pay for it. So when she asks you, do you want to split that? Just say, I would love to get this. Right.
Right,
And so
right,
I tell women, if he lets you split it, it's no big deal. If you went out to coffee with me, you'd be like, let's split that. If you
right.
went out to dinner with your girlfriends, why are we putting these antiquated rules on something today where we are 21st century men and women?
Agree. Agree. Yes. Okay. What is the dating landscape like for the 30-year-old, 40-year-old, 50, 60, 70? And do you see an increase in singles over 70?
So the dating landscape is great at all ages. So the census data shows that there's 118 million unmarried single Americans in this country, and that's 48% of the population. So yes, I said that's almost half. So if you feel like you're the last single person
Wow.
out there, you are not. There are 35 million singles over 50. Okay. So now if you look at that, if you look at the numbers, I know I get quantitative quickly. If you look,
No, I
there's
love this.
118 million singles. If you strip out 18 to 28, right? Your singles over 50 are more than a third of singles that are out there. So yes, we are taking care of ourselves in better ways. People are single at older ages, and there's a robust dating pool at any age. The most important thing I can tell you, no matter what age you are listening to this, is if your mindset is one of hope and optimism, you are going to see so many amazing people. And if your
Mm,
mindset is negative and gloom and doom, then you're not going to see anybody. And it's like if I asked you to walk into a party and I said, Jody, look for the people that are wearing red. And you would tell me, okay, there's 10 people wearing red. If I said, how many people were wearing green? You're like, well, I don't know. You told me to look for the people wearing red. This is
right.
exactly what happens when we're online. If we're looking at it in a good mood, we're excited, we're hopeful, we're jazzed up, we see a lot of the great people on there. I get in clients' inboxes during sessions. They're like, oh, everyone's horrible. And I'm like, okay, let me log in. And I'm like, are you looking at the same inbox I am? What do you mean? Like, look at these guys. He looks great. Oh my God, you're right. I don't know how I missed him. I'm like, I do. You were in a gloom and doom mode and you missed it. And this is how we've been so successful with people, is we know these are the little pitfalls they fall into. So we're in there cleaning up, sweeping up, going, before you delete somebody, I want to see who it is. Every love story I can tell you that we've authored, which is a hell of a lot of them, are like, oh my God, Bella made me message this guy because she liked his smile. Lindsay said she thought that he had a great tone, or I would have deleted this guy. And now they're married.
Wow.
It's
Wow. This is
amazing.
such a great service. Wow.
Oh, thank
Everybody
you.
who's listening, who's single or soon to be single, needs to work with you. This is amazing. This is really amazing. And for everybody also listening, you're not a matchmaker, you're helping people date. Because I think sometimes that gets a
Exactly.
little confusing, right?
100%. I'm like
Okay.
the equivalent to you in your training practice, right? It's like, okay, let's look at each person, look
Right.
at what they say their goals are. Like, right, I just want to work on my arms. You're like, you need to work on more than your arms. To get to your arms, we've got to get to your core and your legs and your glutes, and everything works together. And then we've got to look at your diet. We're very similar to that. So yes, we are not matchmakers. We're doing something far more effective than matchmaking. A matchmaker, Tinder's a friggin' matchmaker, Bumble's a matchmaker, right? You can pay a matchmaker $200,000 and they might have someone in their database for you, or they're going to go to Tinder to find someone for you, right? And at
Right.
that point, they're not helping you vet for red flags and green flags and
Right.
telling you this is a good bet for you. And how are you showing up? And what are the questions you should ask? Because our business aligns 100% with the interests of our clients.
Could you share the story about and like about the woman who was looking for a tall man. Do you remember you told me this story? And then she ended up with a man that she never thought. She was in her late 30s without giving her name or anything. You know what I'm talking
I'm
about?
trying, there's so many. I'm trying to think of which story I probably
She went
told you.
Harvard.
And she
Harvard.
wanted a tall. Oh yeah. Okay. She lives in New York City, and
I
she
told
was
this story
her-
so many times. I called my daughters up right away and I was like, you have to hear this story.
Oh my gosh. She's a therapist in private practice in New York City who came to me via referral 10 years ago. In fact, I just saw her on Facebook and her kid is like 8 years old. I couldn't believe it. I'm so excited for her. But she said up until the age of 30, she's like, and her family is a fairly devout Jewish family. They're like, you got to marry a Jewish guy. She's like, then I get to 30 and they're like, geez, just marry anybody at this point. So she's like,
You sound like me. That sounds like me with my daughter.
right. She's like, I wanted the tall, Harvard educated Jewish guy. Great. Tried that. That didn't work. Then I started dating willy nilly all over the place. But then when we started working together, right, and tall was a thing for her and she was 5'5", I'm like, okay, well, let's kind of see how it goes. But and so I gave her the data about guys that are 6 feet tall. And she's like, you know what? I'm actually kind of open to this. Let's see what happens. And so she meets her husband organically at a Super Bowl party. And she said, I keep looking at our lists that we made together. And this guy, Dan, Belly, he is not my type, but I think he's high GHQ. He meets all my parameters. I can't stop thinking about him. I'm like, okay, that's great. Let's just try a date. And then a second date and a third date. So finally, he earned her over 3 months and me. We got exclusive and she was 39 years old. And she was like, I am on a mission to get married and have kids. And she was I'm like, let's be upfront about that. So he said to her, listen, we're exclusive. I don't want to talk about marriage and kids for the rest of this relationship. I will tell you that in 6 months, if our relationship is as good as it is today, you will have your ring. So she calls me. She's like, is he BSing me? Do I need to do more due diligence? I'm like, no, I'm going to watch this with you. I know how we want this to progress. Jody, 6 months later, and I I'd sort of forgotten about it on a Saturday night at 11 o'clock. My text goes off and I was like, wow, who's texting me? My kids were little. I get a picture of a ring on my cell phone, an engagement ring, and I open it and it's from her. She's like, 6 months to our date of exclusivity, I got my ring. They are still together. They got married 5
Wow.
months later. She started trying to get pregnant. The day they got engaged, she got married 5 months pregnant. It was a miracle.
Wow. How did
40
you
years
feel?
old.
Did you
Oh.
feel that moved a little too fast for you, or were you okay with it?
You know what? I was okay with it because I was watching her relationship and I didn't even have any coaches. It was just me at that time. And I'm so invested in people. At this
Right.
point, I was literally texting her every day, talking to her, like really, really, was along with her for the journey. It's like I ran the 26 miles with her.
Wow.
Essentially. And so over that course, I'm not able to do that, to that level at this point. Now we have a
Right.
team and it's awesome and our systems are better, so we're more efficient, but it was amazing. But yeah, 6 months. So they dated, then they got exclusive. Okay. So that was another 3 months. Then they dated for another 6 months. So their
Okay.
time to know each other was about a year. Expedited, yes. But at a certain point, when you have a system and you know how things work, after 6 months of exclusivity, we're asking the right questions. We're talking about religion, aging parents, money. Where do you want to live? How you get that stuff right? You're going to have less friction long term. But most people don't know to ask for that. They're like, it's chemistry. Everything's great. The sex is amazing, blah, 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 blah.
Right.
And this is how we throw caution to the wind. And then suddenly we're like left holding the bag going, oh my God, why didn't I ask about this and this and this? And how did I not see this? It's like, because you went in eyes wide shut.
Right. Do you believe that one person can give you everything you need in a marriage?
I believe that the core of a great marriage should be a very deep friendship. And so I believe that your partner should be your best friend or one of your best friends. So now, to answer your question directly, does this person need to be everything to you? No, it's impossible. You might love the ballet and he doesn't. Have your ballet friends. You don't need to convert him to a balletaholic, right? He might want to watch football on Sundays and you could care less. Go to the gym on Sundays. You are
Right.
not looking for a mirror image of yourself, and common interests sometimes make things easier. I don't really care about common interests. My parents have been married for 53 years. My mom goes on travel groups by herself with single people and couples because my dad doesn't want to travel and now can't travel.
That's so nice. I think, when I was younger, I thought that my partner needed to be everything. That's why I'm asking you that. And then as I've matured, I realized that no, it's not that they can't, it's just that you can't expect them to be everything that you need out of one. That's a lot of pressure to put on them. And then the expectations for you, you might be disappointed. There needs to be, I think, that independence or accepting, yes, you like football, I like the ballet. You go watch football with your friends, I'm going to the ballet, or I'm going to travel. And having that openness and that respect for what each other loves and likes to do. I think that's really important, because if you think about your best friend, you do want them to do what they're happy and you want to be a part of their life.
Yes, exactly. And most likely you've got a couple of different best friends or close friends, and you love them uniquely for different reasons,
Right. Right.
right?
Another thing that I wanted to ask you was, we talked about this, peak dating season. It's right around the corner, isn't it?
Yes, it starts December 26th. The busiest online dating day of the year is predicted to be Sunday, January 7th, and usually around 8:52 p.m. Eastern Standard Time is the busiest minute of the busiest day. I swear to God, it's so crazy. So I run the circuit of the New York talk shows around this time of year because everybody wants to talk about the dating Super Bowl. So get your photos in shape, get your profiles in shape, really have a plan and a strategy to take advantage of peak dating season, because app memberships spike 50 to 80% during that time period.
It's like gym memberships.
Yes, it's new year, new me. Exactly.
Right.
I
So,
know.
but
I hate going to the gym in January. I'm like, oh my God, none of these people are going to be here come February 28th. Not one.
nope, you're
Bless their
absolutely
hearts, but you're making the job for the rest of us that go much harder.
right. Right. So December 26th, do you think that's because they've had time to think about, let's just say, Christmas, and they start thinking about the new year coming?
Yes,
Yeah, that's what
exactly.
I
So
think
Christmas
too.
is done. The holidays have driven home. I really want a partner. I want the lid to my pot. Then we're making resolutions January 1st. So suddenly there's this siege of people that are getting online on that Sunday. And Sundays are usually the busiest days of the week on the app. So it's so interesting.
My birthday is December 27th.
Oh my gosh, no way.
Yeah, busy time of year. No, it's a tough time of year to have a birthday because everybody's busy, and then
Oh my gosh.
but I love it. I think it's a magical time of year.
Oh my gosh, I'm going to be buzzing into New York the morning of the 27th, and I leave on a 10 a.m. flight out.
Oh, I might be in the city on the 26th. We'll be in touch.
Oh my
Um,
gosh, absolutely.
wow, I can't believe time is over already. We sped through this whole thing. Are there any last words that you can leave our listeners with about any struggles they might be having in their dating life and what they can do to maybe change something, like one quick tip if they're online dating?
If you're online dating, you know what? I started a podcast 2 years ago. Check out the Smart Dating Academy podcast. If you're not ready to invest in a dating coach, there's 110 episodes on there, tons and tons of free information. Get yourself educated by people that are in the arena with people all the time. It's called the Smart Dating Academy podcast. You can get it everywhere you get your podcasts. Listen in. We've had great experts. I do solo episodes. I'm going to have Jody on my show, clearly. And so definitely do that. But if you're having problems, or if your picker is broken and you constantly pick the wrong people, think about getting some intervention, because it's not a problem that's easily solved. It's a complex problem. And think about it this way, you guys, you are worth investing in yourself. And I grew up with a poster in my office called The 21 Rules for Success in Life that was authored by a guy named H. Jackson Brown. And I have it in my office today. My dad had it hanging up in our wood paneled family room in the suburbs. And rule number 1, Jody, marry the right person. This one decision will determine 90% of your happiness or 90% of your misery.
Oh, I just got chills.
Bam. So you are worth investing in. This is, think about what you need to do and get hopeful about your dating future. I believe I am the chief psychotic optimist at Smart Dating Academy. Love exists for every single person that wants it, and that includes you. And I want you to take my optimism and hope, and I want you to drink it up, gulp it down with a straw, make a plan, and do something different for your dating life to find love.
God, I love you. Oh my
I
goodness.
love you.
You have given us so much to think about. Wow. Bella Gandhi, thank you so much from the Smart Dating Academy. Please give us all the links where we can find you. I know you mentioned your podcast. I'm going to leave all the links in the show notes.
Oh, follow me at Smart Dating Academy on Instagram. I would love that. We've focused on coaching. We haven't focused as much on social media. So follow us on Smart Dating Academy. And we post every day. We're here to help you in any way you need.
Thank you so much. And everybody, thank you so much for listening. I am sure you've learned so much. And until next time, stay fearlessly authentic. Bye-bye, everyone.